Alright, hello everyone and welcome to Sinful Gaming. I'll just hit my face here first. Hope you're all doing well, hope everyone's staying safe. Most of all, I hope you're all fighting that war against the grey. So today we're going to be on a bit of a long hobby stream, 8 hours here to celebrate Age of Sigmar 5 years. I can't believe it's been 5 years already, but let's not dawdle on that. Let's get cracking and let's get painting. Or we've got some Fyreslayers to get going on. I've got a whole Start Collecting box here I'm hoping to paint in the next 8 hours. I'm going to do a sort of Realm of Life themed scheme. Lots of greens and yellows and sort of muted brown khaki sort of colors. But let's get cracking into it. I'll drop the camera back down. And you can see what I'm doing. So, let's just make sure everything's doing what I want it to. See all my chats and all that sort of stuff. But first thing, let's get this skin done because this is just such a major area of these models. So we need Cadian flesh paint for the base coat. We'll get one of our larger base brushes out. There's so much of this to work on, and this is pretty much the primary color. Got our coffee here all nice and ready. Soren, good morning, and Mad B, happy 5 years of AOS, mate. It's been a good 5 years, ups and downs in there. Like, without a doubt, there's been good times, bad times, but it's all good in the end, I think. So we'll start with Cadian flesh tone as our base coat. And so I'll be here for the next next 8 hours trying to get these guys all nice and painted up. So paint me up some naked dwarves. So if anyone's watching, what hobby are you getting done today? What have you got planned for this month in hobby? Because I think getting some hobby done this month is something we should all try and do. All try and celebrate 5 years in Armageddon. Good morning from Spain. Well, definitely not morning here. It's going into nighttime here. It's not too late though. It's only like 7:30. You paint Fyreslayers and I'll do my Camry. Yep, do your Camry then, man. I look forward to seeing them. And for anyone watching, you can jump on our Discord. Oh, getting rid. Oh yeah, that's right. Because you got your box finally. So assembling some Dawn Riders. Just give me 1 second. I'm just going to I forgot to turn my big light on. That's better. Alright, that should be better. So. Probably would be better to base coat with an airbrush, but it's 7:30. I have 2 kids, so I also don't own an airbrush. I don't find airbrushing fun with my time, to be honest. And there's only 12 dudes in the end, so it won't take me long. Hey Sean, hope you're doing well, mate. It's going pretty well for me. My weekend is going to be spent painting Fyreslayers. So, how have you been going, Sean? Hope you're doing well, man. Oh, you got your Realm Lords today? Nice. Mine got shipped today, at least. They're still on their way. Price you pay for, I guess, going for a cheaper alternative, but current situation, I was always going for the cheap option. Bathed in Bile, nice to see you there, mate. What we might do, I was thinking too, so like thinking of the future past these guys, we might over the next coming weeks do a challenge trying to get my Start Collecting NFT box I got down there done. And yeah, I get the Start Collecting NFT box, and we might run a Past Glory campaign between Fyreslayers and Deepkin on the channel, doing a sort of like narrative campaign between the two. We're supposed to be recording a battle report this week, but life got in the way. Nice. Nice, Soren. Streaming, building some Luminous Realm Lords. People want to go chat while they chat with me here, jump on our Discord. Soren's in the chat there. Yeah, I can't wait to get that Magma painted up. He will be the last thing I do. We're getting the troops done first. Aim's not necessarily to get these done this time, but definitely make a significant dent. I reckon I can at least get all the foot troop, all the actual dwarves done. The Magma Droth, we'll see whether you can get him done, but hopefully we can. Or at least make some decent progress on him. Yeah, so if you're working on some hobby, let us know what you've been working on the past week. Oh, nice, getting some more done on your rock cuts. I do love those rock cut models, man. They're just so nice. Got to get some of them for my own Gloomspite Force. I'm just doing classic all the way on these. This particular skin tone that I'm doing, because I'm doing like a much sort of warmer sort of skin tone, contrast I have just doesn't sort of cut it on what I want. Just a bit too bland for me. Just all classic on these. I've tried contrast on some models. I'm not particularly a fan of the flesh tones of contrast, I guess. But they're okay. For me, contrast is two major things. I like using them as glazes more than anything. I mean, I have to use... normally, I would use like the old yellow gaze. What was it? Lamenter's Yellow for the scheme I'm doing. But that doesn't exist anymore. So now we're going to use Eden Yellow. Or Eondon, however you wish to pronounce it. Nice. Yeah, I finished up my Gloomspite not too long ago. Finished up at least the 2K list of Gloomspite. I've still got a decent amount to get them. Yeah, I just... also, like, for me, I don't like painting contrast. I don't get the same feeling of painting with that as I do, like... This is a classic method. I find this relaxing. I find working over the lines and stuff like that, I find that all relaxing. That's all part of the enjoyment to painting to me, and I have no wish for a quicker method to paint for me personally. Also, one thing I definitely own the black contrast. Black Templar is fantastic. Yeah, sorry, I'm mentioning over on the Twitch chat. There's a lot of mold lines on the Lumineth, and I have heard that multiple times. Not the first person I've seen say that, Soren. And if you are watching too, would be greatly appreciated for anyone who is watching to just jump over to our Twitch. That should be in the links to whatever you're watching on, and just give us a follow. We're trying to hit 50 followers on Twitch, so that would be a great help. Just helping us get to like that next level on Twitch. Yeah, and like that would be like the maximum contrast I would go, mainly because like for me, I don't like contrast only for armies. It's a tool without a doubt. Like it's a tool that has its uses, and that is what I see contrast as. I do not see it as the be all and end all that it was sort of advertised as, I guess. Bavarian. Yeah, and definitely hitting the like button on Facebook or or YouTube and all that stuff. Where put my rack? Can't see my painting rack. Where did I put that? Ooh, I am sorry for that, bang. That was very silly. Be back in 1 second. I seem to have put my painting rag somewhere not near my painting desk. Thanks, Armageddon. Much appreciated, man. Now I have my painting rag. But yeah, no, I like the swapping between the two. Like I have contrast. There are certain things I use it for. On top of the Magma Draft, Runefather. Mainly because the plan is probably to do a Path to Glory campaign with these guys, so have the biggest dude on the Magma Draft possible. Alright, that's done. A bit smaller brush, and we'll get the Rackland Flesh Shade applied. Nice, Joanne. Here you go. Actually, no, Joanne. He messaged me every now and again, like asking to post stuff on the Facebook groups. Good bloke and good painter. And yeah, like I do find like yellow I use a lot of contrast on, and painting black I use the black Templar a lot. So I do find my general favorite way to paint black at the moment is Storm Vermin Fur as a base coat, and then over that uh, the black Templar contrast over Storm Vermin Fur. I find it gives it like a nice deep rich tone. Really good for things like Gloomspike Gits and Grots and all that, and doing them quite quickly. Ooh, nice. I might have to go look at that. As mentioned, I'll be doing my Lumineth in like the old Wood Elf winter scheme. It's lots of blue greys and very dull tones, teals and that sort of colours. But yeah, so while we're all here, like chatting 5 years of AOS, where did everyone start in AOS? Like, were you there at the beginning? Are you new to the game, like entirely new right now? Did you jump in maybe at the General's Handbook, or was there a particular army that grabbed you and finally drew you in? Where did everyone start at for Age of Sigmar? Ooh, nice. Sounds good, Soren. I will definitely try and get there and watch you sometime. I mean, with people like Coach and all that, there's just so many good places to hobby now. Um, and I find like the places like the Discords are really great for helping people. Whether it's on my Discord, I even jump on AOS Coach's Discord sometimes. If my own members aren't my own one, I'll jump on Coaches and talk to people on Coaches as well. I know there's people that jump between everyone's, Mr. Mephisto has his own Discord. There's Strength Hammer's Discord and just stuff like that. I jump on them all, and they're at the moment with like the world how it is and how even in a state like mine, South Australia, where I am, we're pretty fine with COVID. Also, like we haven't had any community contact cases in like months now. South Australia is doing pretty well, and but even then, like still, I've got young kids and my wife and like my friends' wives or partners, and are still like worried about COVID and all that. I mean, we have become a little bit secluded as a society. Like even in somewhere as relatively safe as my own, we've become a little bit secluded because we're just so worried about all of this, you know. But I found the Discords are a great place. Whoever's Discord it is a great place just to do some hobby and chat with some other hobbyists. Well, Bathed in Bile, like I said, randomly found out you're a local to me, so we will definitely have to organise some games, buddy. At some point. Nice. Jump back in at the beginning of 2.0. Yeah, like I know a lot of people jumped in at 2.0. I think the Stormcast and Nighthaunt release there was got a lot of people in. Like finally, Stormcast had, I guess, the look people were looking for. They looked more Templarish. They looked more like knightly. You know what? Very similar, Armageddon, to how the newest Marines like have that sort of Crusader sort of look back to them. Um, oh, nice. That's not a bad idea, son. I find painting tips. There was what on my TV did where they grabbed a model with like lots of details and lots of different things in it. So there's like a lot of tips they did for like elves at one point using a Phoenix Guard, like standard bearer from the Phoenix Guard unit because it had like painting raised details, painting white elven cloth, painting bright elven armor, and a whole bunch of stuff like that. So I think if you not necessarily bits, but if you can find like particular models that have a lot to offer, they did the same thing for 40k where they used like the Sanguinary Guard standard bearer as well. I think that has some value in like showing painting tutorials on a model like that, where you can use it for a bunch of different things. And like even Vince does it. Vince did like a bunch of videos from just painting his giant. Nice, man. Like, if you ever do like your own personal videos and hobby and stuff like that, feel free, like your own channel or whatever. Always feel free to share it on the Facebook groups, man. Always happy to have people posting Age of Sigmar related, or even on the smaller 40k groups I run. Yeah, man, we'll definitely have to get you around for some games and some painting. Beef and bar. All right, Sean. Catch you later, man. Alright, nice bit of coffee in me, and now we can start doing the next lot of layering. So now we need to go back to Katie and Flesh Tone. We'll actually grab a more usable brush for this sort of thing. Really do love these army painter brushes. The triangular hole is just so comfortable to use. Not necessarily the best brush like tip I've ever used, but they're just so comfortable that it makes painting easy. Really, really comfortable brush with like the triangular grip. And lower my chair a little bit. That's better. Alrighty, so we need to leave that wash to dry a little bit more. So we come back in the Katie and Flesh Tone. So we might actually do something on the magma trough just to get him started. So we'll start with his underbelly, and we'll start with the yellow that we're going to be doing. So start with some Avalon Sunset. They've been into the lore since Warhammer Fantasy, but never really collected till later. Oh, nice. Chaos Engine. Ah, Nate's Miniatures. Hey, Nate. Nice to see you jumping on there, man. Hope you've been doing well, man. And so we're gonna get some yellow. So I mentioned for those who weren't on yesterday, if you've seen the old Wood Elf Forest Dragon, I'm sort of wanting to somewhat copy that scheme with like a yellow underbelly, almost bonish. It'll end up almost being bone on the bottom here, and a green sort of torso, green top. So I'm going to start with some Avalon Sunset on the base of this magma draw. All these sort of underscales and stuff like that. It's good to hear, man, that all's well. Okay, so we just wanted to get like the old Wood Elf Forest Dragon was like a green, dark green sort of top and a yellowy bony sort of underbelly. So that's what we're going to try and recreate. We're going for like that woodland, funnily enough, like woodland themed Fyreslayers. These are Fyreslayers that are going to live in a forest, like Roman life sort of themed Fyreslayers. Using lots of greens and lots of yellows. Sort of khakis and stuff like that. So we'll get. Yeah, that's well. I hope it looks good in the end. Let's get. Oh, nice. Yeah. Terrain can go screw itself as far as I'm concerned. I did way too much of that earlier in the year. And Ronnie, nice to see you, mate. Yeah, should hopefully turn out good, the paint scheme. So we'll start doing all the yellow scales first because they're like underneath the others, and we can always like, paint over the top. I painted way too much terrain at the start of the year getting ready for SAGT, and I don't want to paint terrain for a while. But yeah. So people getting into AOS like that was your thing. What has been people's favourite model released for Age of Sigmar so far? Yeah, I've already pre-ordered my box set for that Space Marines and Necrons for new 40k. Yeah, he's Colecting is one fantastic model. I mean, we'll count him as an AOS model because, like, we know he's released for Age of Sigmar, even though he technically was released with Fantasy. Technically a Fantasy era model. For me, up there is definitely the Karak Acolytes, funnily enough. Like, I know it's such a basic kit, but the Karak Acolytes, I think, are one of the best kits they've ever done for Age of Sigmar. They're definitely up there. trying to think of my own favorite model from iOS. You know what? It might very well be the Star Drake. I think might be my favorite Age of Sigmar model. Right, now we should be able to go back to Cadian Fleshtone. Marathi is definitely up there, my variant. I do think the Star Drake just nudges her out, though. I do love that Star Drake model. Marathi is definitely up there for me with my favorite models for Age of Sigmar. Just turn that down a little bit, the camera. The new Slaves Darkness models were fantastic. Really like how they drew back to the old aesthetic, but also AOSified them, updated them. There were some fantastic models in that new Slaves Darkness. And, I was thinking of them, like one of my favorite models is in that Slaves Darkness release, the Ogre Myrmidon. He is just stunning. Such a fantastic model. Yeah, I can't wait to see resculpts of Lizardmen. And like, I know, like people complain they didn't get them this time, but like that was the thing with like what the AOS was doing at the time was just getting everyone on a level playing field and updating rules. Like, we knew what was happening. If you expected more, you only have yourself to blame, I guess. Because like GW made no secret that like they were just pumping out army books, not necessarily models for the armies. Archaon is nice as well. I do like Archaon. He's probably not my favorite of like all the big monsters though. Like I like Alariel better. I like Marathi better. I like Teclis better than I do Archaon. Nagash is fantastic. I mean, technically, once again, like Blotkin, he's not technically an AOS model, but he was part of that sort of end times release schedule where we were shifting into AOS. So, my little candle's going out in the background. Yeah, definitely not my favorite, but he is an absolutely fantastic sculpt. So, nice new little candle. Yeah, make the room not smell like glue and hobby. Alright. Back to some painting. What time is it? It is currently, I think, 8:30. Yeah, 8:30 at night here. Be going to about 3:30 in the morning, I think, is the planned thing. I was really hardcore into fantasy. Most of my collection is still probably pre-fantasy, although it's probably getting close now to having the same. I have about 30,000 points of Wood Elves, and probably about the same as Skaven from Fantasy Days. In fact, the Beastmen I'm painting up there are Beastmen from my Fantasy Days. So yeah, on launch, like AOS, I was meh. I'll say. Like, I like the models. I like the story arc. I really enjoyed reading Gates of Azir, the first little novella they brought out. Like, I was into the story, and I guess that's what really kept me going. Is that I liked where the story had gone. I liked the narrative and all that sort of stuff. So what the game was lacking at that time, I was able to forgive it because of my enjoyment of where the lore was at. Gaming wise, I probably didn't get into AOS properly gaming wise until the first General's Handbook and the addition of points in the game. I mean, that Barbarian, saying apparently in the 1940k rulebook, it says you gain an extra victory point at the end of a match play game for using a fully painted army. See, that's not really ever going to be an issue in like tournaments or wherever, that sort of thing, because everyone has to have painted armies at that point. Yeah, and that was a big thing for me, because I liked the story. I could accept that the old world had died, and I could accept that Chaos had won. It was easy for me to accept the new story arc, the new storyline, and I was quite interested to see where it had gone. And so, just being into the lore, I was able to accept the game for what it was. I mean, your mates might use it to sort of rib each other to get your armies painted. If you're that mate that's always never painting their armies and all your mates for painted armies, you can bet they're going to use that against you to sort of rib you to get you to paint. Sportingly going, well, it's a draw, but, if you technically I win because my army's painted and yours isn't, buddy. Right. I don't see it being like. I'm more of the thing. Right, you don't need to be a fantastic painter to paint your army. Any paint is better than no paint. And look, man, if you're a new player, no one's going to begrudge you for not having a painted army straight away. Well, it's a nice little incentive. Yeah, it took you so long to paint those rats, but you'll find you do pick up speed with your painting as you do it more and more. So, just repetitive. Just working at it, you'll get better and you'll get faster. But yeah, so slowly getting all these Fyreslayer skin done, and once the skin's done, I feel like these guys are just going to get smashed out because it's just the skin is just such a huge part of all of these models. Yeah. Yeah, and like that's it. Like it'd be great. All those people without a painted army, not necessarily yourself who's new, but like that player at your LGS that's never got a painted army but plays all the games and plays all the time. No excuse for not having a painted army now. They should have that army painted. I mean, I've smashed out a few armies already this year. Well, in lockdown, I managed to paint up my Zinch and my Gloomspike Gits. I've also pretty much finished the not Stormcast, the Beasts of Chaos, and now I have a little Fyreslayer force as well. And yeah, if you're playing games with that army, you'll find that you want to get it painted more anyway. Coffee. On to the next drink. I do have snacks here, all nice and ready to go for when I get a bit peckish throughout this. In which we want to help ourselves to a snack now. One of my favourite lollies. I love mustics. Mustics are lovely. Like, I don't know why something that smells like musk, but tastes great. But it sure does. I love them. And so, slowly but surely making our way through. Heater needs to hurry up and start heating up my room a little bit more. It's a little bit chilly in here. Probably having like an outside room. Got some exciting news though. We should have some channel merch on the horizon soon, and some combat gauges, dice trays, and dice as well should all be available soon, hopefully. Just organizing all of that with particular suppliers and stuff. So it should be. Yeah, it just gets a bit chilly out here. It's like an outside room. We've got my little heater. Like the aircon out here is fantastic. I've got like a proper aircon out here, but I do not have a proper heater, so I've got like a little floor heater, and it sometimes struggles. Yeah, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do on the bases on these guys yet. Haven't quite made my decision on that yet. Don't know. So we probably won't get the basing done tonight, mainly because I haven't thought of a cool idea for it yet. So brush. So this is one of the Army Painters brushes. Can't remember the numbers because I rubbed them all off through use, but the handle is just fantastic. The triangle handle grip is lovely to hold. It's not necessarily the best tip I've ever used. Like, it's decent. It's not the best. The Winsor and Newtons are definitely much nicer. But for like painting for long periods of time, this brush is fantastic. It's so comfortable. With a triangular grip. And painting for long periods of time, I will use this over a Winsor and Newton. Which one's Winsor and Newton's or the Army Painter? I don't know if Tabletop Warfare sell Winsor and Newtons. pretty sure they sell army painted brushes though. The Winsor Newtons are fabulous though. Oh, Army Painter? I'm pretty sure Army Painter are sold by Tabletop Warfare. I'm pretty sure. Should be able to just bring them up. Because I'm pretty sure they stock Army Painter paint, so I would be surprised if they didn't stock the brushes as well. It just seems logical to me that if you stock someone's paint, you stock their brushes as well. Yeah, so you're a good deal of fun to use. Also, are you able to make it to CDGT, man? To the grand tournament, to the tournament? If so, you should definitely sign up. This is just Start Collecting box here. So no idea how many points. Just something different to paint. Probably enough to rock around and play some Warcry. Should probably do that. I think most people are coming like in the state now, which is pretty cool. I mean, it's not as big as it probably would have been if COVID didn't happen. Hey man, got to keep my reps up. Had a very slack month in June with painting. In comparison to the rest. I've pretty much finished all those Beastmen though. So I've got 40 Gore, 6 Minotaurs, 2 Brave Shamans, a Beast Lord, a Shaggoth, and 6 Bulgors, and 2 Tuskor Chariots that are pretty much done for a nice little small Beast of Chaos force. I've got a Gargan, I've got to pretty much start up for that. Chaos Gargan that'll get added to that force. So painted up like 1,500 points of Beast of Chaos so far this half of the year. And now do this Fyreslayer Start Collecting. Then I'll probably go with the Idoneth Start Collecting so we can have a nice little Path's Glory campaign on the channel between Idoneth and Fyreslayers. Oh yeah, that I did something pretty similar. Paint up 2,000 points of Gloomspite Gits in 10 days. No, I'm not even done. I've got 2 more dudes left to put some Cadian Flesh down on. Rune Sun model is fantastic, I will say. It's dedication. See, I'm not aiming to get these guys done. I'm just going to spend 8 hours on painting them. Like, I would like to think I might actually be able to get these guys done, or at the very least, I would like to think I could get all my troops done. And maybe just have the magma drop left to go. Just a rune filer. Then we're just going to do fine highlights, which will just be like on the faces and the knuckles and stuff. Midwinter Minis is who you're thinking of, my variant. Really nice channel. I've watched a couple of his videos myself, and I do very much enjoy his stuff. Yeah, Squidmar and Miniac just they're huge. Really do like Midwinter Minis though, like the very down to earth sort of videos he has. He's really sort of laid back and very chilled, that sort of dude, and I like his videos a lot. Give me 1 sec. I should have a Stormcast model somewhere around here. Oh, look, I do. Alright, here's the Retributor for you. Known, and so that's your average. There you go. He's not that much shorter. Probably about a head shorter. Oh, he's about just up to the shoulder height of the Stormcast. So now we're just going to do some Kislev flesh highlights, and we're going to call the skin done. So. Yeah, like they're still dwarves, so they are that bit shorter, but so we're just picking out like knuckles, toes, fingertips. So you're saying, Soren's saying over on our Twitch chat, Dawn Rider kit looks amazing, but I'm not sure if I can assemble them after painting them the same way I did Hellstride Knight. They sort of all have to go together and then paint is what you're saying there, Soren? Well, it's dark here, if that makes you feel any better, Marvarian. It's been bucketing down with rain, actually. Today. So... Yeah, so we're getting there with all this stuff. So we're just getting all like the little details on the hands and face and all that. Just giving them like a nice little highlight of Kislev, making them pop. And then we'll probably move on to the next part, which will probably be like a nice cloth colour. Probably work on the cloth next. Or maybe we'll work on the hair. We might go their hair next because then it's like massive parts. That's like 2 major parts of the model done. Their hair and the Aquarian, good morning. We're on Twitch. Yeah, no, I have that problem. I mean, I've got a whole ton of Lumineth coming. I recently just picked up Corn Army as well. I'm probably going to pick up Indominus as well. I've got an Eldar Force that I just picked up as well. There's always something new. So my whole objective now is just, all right, we're buying stuff at this rate. Let's get painting. And that's a big reason why we start doing painting streams a lot more. These sort of keep me somewhat honest. I mean, I can't do nothing on them. Can't just sit here and talk on these. Because otherwise, like, no one's going to watch a painting stream if I'm not painting. See the words pre-order and I start foaming at the mouth. I'm like, yeah, that's it's part of my problem. So what I am going to do with these, like, while they're going to have like nice blondie sort of beards, because I'm going for like that sort of wood elf, old foresty sort of scheme on them. I'm worse than most people. If you have a problem, if you feel bad about how much hobby you're buying and not building and not painting, just simply come here and chat to me. I'll make you feel better about all your decisions. If there's one thing I'm good for, it's making all your problems seem like they're so much less of a problem. So I'm glad I can do that for some people. So yeah, but the scroll volume. Why am I making your ears bleed, or are you like making your own ears bleed straining to hear me? Because I can't actually adjust my my volume on my mic is all the way up, and I'm pretty sure I can mute my mic. I don't think I could change it from here. Yeah. Keep muting streams. Wow, that's there is some old models there. Speaking of that, speaking of Space Wolves, we should be having for Movember. We will be having a 24-hour stream. For those who don't know what Movember is, it's effectively the month of November. It's all for like men's mental health. men's cancer research, and a whole bunch of that. It's a month to sort of get behind and do that stuff. We'll be doing some Movember stuff on the channel. We always do. And this year we're going to have a 24-hour challenge. We're going to build and paint a 2,000-point army. It won't just be me. It'll be some of my good friends that help out with the channel a lot. And we're going to build and paint a Space Wolf army in 24 hours, or try our best to get that army done. Hoping to raise some money for both men's mental health and men's cancer research. So if you'd like to get behind that, we'll have I will have this. I will have a dirty stash in support of Movember. My gorgeous beard will disappear, and it will be replaced with a dirty Mo. So, yeah, that'll be something we do in the month of November. There's still a little bit of stuff to work out and sort out some kinks and stuff in the idea, but yeah, that'll be happening. Yeah, that'll be something we run on the channel. And like that, men's mental health is something like the channel all started over, and something like I already like to think I do a little bit in the community with like the Dad Hammer groups and stuff that I run. Like men's mental health, especially around like new dads and stuff like that, is not something that gets talked about a lot. And postnatal depression in men can go wildly wrong, and like people just don't sort of talk about it. Everyone asks, and like all your friends and family go, "Oh, how's the wife?" and all that sort of stuff. And men's mental health is sort of, I guess, thrown to the wayside, not intentionally by anyone, but it's the father's health and the mental health isn't the thing you first think of. You are the last one thought of in the three people in that situation. The mother pushes out the baby. The baby is the baby, which is the main focus. But then the mother's the next focus because she pushed. She carried the baby and pushed the baby. But it's not necessarily something that's talked about. It's like how dads feel about all that sort of stuff. So, like, I have two kids of my own, and like I like to think I did relatively well. There were and some days better than others, and you still get bad days. Like there are days when you're not having a good day. The kids cry at everything you do. You can't do anything, and it sucks. But yeah, something that is a bit close to home. I run all the dad. If you are a dad and a wargamer at the same time, I run a group on Facebook called the Dad Ham Support Network, and you can go there, chat to other dads about like life things with someone who's probably in a pretty similar situation to you. Understands that you miss your hobby when you can't get something done, or don't have the money because you had to spend it on some medical bill or whatever. So definitely like something I like to get behind, and so my friends will be helping with as well. Yeah, and that's like not to say like the only thing we're looking at is like dad's mental health and stuff like that. But the thing's all about men's mental health. That's just I guess, a more personal sort of part of it to me. And then obviously men's cancer research, because testicular cancer is just horrific in its mortality rate. And yeah, I'm pretty new to the Twitch too. Aquarian chatting over on the Twitch chat. Which once again, if anyone's watching, do go give us a follow on Twitch. You should find the links in the descriptions of whatever you're watching from. That's not Twitch. I'm trying to hit those nice 50 followers. I think we're up to 20 something now. Be pretty cool to be able to get there. I mean, that's sort of like the first step along the way. Just getting to 50 allows us to be hopefully the right sort of watch numbers and stuff like that. We start thinking about being an affiliate, which allows people to subscribe. Yeah, I mean, all right. So we're almost done all these highlights, and we can get working on the hair. And what I was saying before, like I'm talking about the hair, so they're going to be like blondes on the beards. Then they're going to have like nice big red orange crests. And the reason for that is like I'm going, like I said, I'm doing like the wood elf sort of foresty scheme on them. And so very reminiscent of like the old war dance is what I'm going for. No, that's completely fine with not supporting on Patreon. I have no, dude. I don't care if someone supports, someone doesn't. It matters not to me. Someone watching is just as good as someone helping support the channel in another way. Like at the end of the day, you might have, patrons make up a very small percentage of the amount of people that watch the channel. So it's important to remember that those watching the channel without being a patron or anything like that, or even a Twitch sub, just a follower on Twitch, are just as important as the people who are Twitch subscribers and patron supporters and all that sort of stuff. You're just as important as anyone else. And like that's my thing. It's like if people want to support that a little bit extra, they can. And if not, I don't mind at all what someone does. You're still someone who's here watching every stream or watching nearly every stream. So that's what matters. I was asked to make a Patreon, so that's why the Patreon exists, actually. Alright, so alrighty, so let's get these beards done. Yeah, and hopefully the option on Twitch should be there soon enough. I mean, we're hitting up to some followers. We're up to 22, so doing pretty well. It's getting there. Yeah, I'm sure I'll let everyone know when we get to affiliate on Twitch. Like, we're almost here. So I'm good, and hopefully, I get to a point where I can start to do this more. Oh, Bongo Studios, awesome, man. I love Beast of Chaos. Like I said to the guys, I've been painting up some Beast of Chaos recently as well. And girls, if there's any girls watching. My wife might be watching, so. Yeah, Beast of Chaos are awesome, man. Enjoy. I do want to go grab a Beast of Chaos, man, because I don't have that particular Bray Shaman, and I don't have any Ungor, and I don't have any Vestigor. I don't actually have anything for that Start Collecting. I know he's the worst option, but I'm pretty sure I want to build a Cygor because I love that model. The joint hobby stream with like my mates, we'll be doing that in November. So November, don't have a set date for that yet, but that'll be the day that'll be the month. It'll be in November, during November. Just gotta work it out with friends. Like we'll know closer to the month when we can organize it. You know, 4 people getting their jobs, getting a day off work and stuff like that. Well, 2 days because we'll need. I'm gonna butcher your name in the chat. Stalfish? Starfish? Is it like starfish? Is that what you're trying to play on? Is that the play on words, or am I completely missing it on this one? But I'm glad you enjoyed the Start Collecting series. It was a lot of fun to make. Like, it's always the thing. Oh, awesome, Bonga! You're going to make the Cygor as well. That's awesome. I do love that model a lot. Just so damn. Okay, cool. I butchered it. I'm really sorry, mate. So I'm going to go from somewhere Europe, Northern Europe, or at least you've got Northern Europe somewhere around there. I'm just going by double A's is Northern Europe, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. Starfish. It sounded like a play on words to starfish. I'm sorry, I'm making fun of your last name, if that's how it seems. Ah, cool. Right, I'm just going on like my Starforce. Okay, Starforce. Cool. I now know how to say it. I will promise not to butcher it until it pops up again and I've forgotten. And then we have to go through all of this again. If you ever have your own stream at any point, ever have your own YouTube channel, then it should definitely be Starfish. You can have a starfish as your logo. You know what's weird? Like the amount of Danish people I do have actually on stream. Like I like going and checking like where people are from. I can see like where like my viewers are from on like YouTube and stuff like that, and it's always quite interesting. P478, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Much appreciated, mate. But yeah. Yeah, I do like seeing where like a lot of like the followers and stuff come from, and like Denmark is actually like UK and USA and Australia are the big three, but Denmark's like floating around there in like that next group along with like Canada and Germany. It's quite interesting to like just have a look at all that. But yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the Start Collecting series, mate. Um, it's hopefully just a bit of help, like just like it's not meant to be competitive or anything like that. It's meant to build you up a nice army that allows you to explore all aspects of the hobby as well. So there's like units it'll try and tell you to like it'll try and like explain different units, and like why a unit might be a cool thing to build because it's different than anything else you've got in the army. Enough to know that like I have um, enough people tell me from Denmark when they're watching the streams or stuff, so that I remember it. The fact I remember it, that says enough about how many there are. It's got to be a decent amount. I remember it. um, but yeah, so um, while we're doing this for like the Age of Sigmar sort of 5th anniversary, doing this nice little hobby stream, um, what was everyone's first Age of Sigmar army? Whether it was an army you ported over from Warhammer Fantasy or you. Actually, no, let's go with. Yeah, that's part of my problem is I'm a bargain hunter. If I see a nice like second hand deal, I can't pass that up. That is how I end up with so many armies. Even this Start Collecting Fyreslayers I have here, I picked up on the second hand like market. Just because it was nice and cheap. Just going to mute myself for 1 second. I'm opening up a bag of chips to eat. These are Moroccan spiced chicken and lemon. They're actually yeah. No, I've got a decent amount of like 2,000 point armies. I've got a bunch of like armies that just like collections of models, like these Fyreslayers here. This is all I own of the Fyreslayers. Plus, I've got the what is it? The Chosen Axes. The Shadespire Warband. What are the discontinued box sets you're talking about? Bongo? Oh, like in the white box style. Okay. Yeah, I get what you mean. That just happens when they run out of stock, man. There's been times where I bought. So when I was buying my Scourge Privateer army, I ordered 10 boxes of Scourge Privateers, Blackout Corsairs at once. And I got 6 of them in the normal packaging and 4 of them in the white packaging. And this was all, like, I got them all at the same time. I then ordered 2 Charybdis, and I got 1 Charybdis in a white box and 1 Charybdis in the actual packaging. So I don't know if that's got anything to do. It may just be like we've got this model and then we package it up, but we don't have any packaging. Because it might be with. If I'm cool, start collecting a Warhammer. I don't really know. Should be able to find everything you need. Sometimes stuff is out of stock, and at the moment more so than ever. And you Stalfers, you started with Greenskins as a kid in the early thousands, but got into AOS with Seraphon and Nighthorn. Nice. My first proper AOS army that I bought for AOS was Stormcast. Yeah, sometimes like some of the other models are hard to find at times. You can set up on the GW website, like to be notified when stuff becomes available. And so now, after Sandry Dust based on the beards, we're going to go right on Flesh Shade Wash, and then we'll be highlighting them all with Screaming Skull. Yeah, the Centaurs are pretty cool models. A lot of people don't like the models, but I don't mind Centaurs. Like, I understand they're metal or resin or whatever they are, but I don't actually mind like the look of the Centaur kit. If I'm a piece of chaos, I want to get like some more cool monsters to use. Probably grab a Start Collecting box sometime soon. And just add that to my collection of them. I got what I've got at the moment though, and I want to get that finished. I've got to build and paint. I've got to build my herdstone still as well though. But yeah, if people are working on stuff, let us know what you guys are all working on. And tell us some stories about your time of AOS, and feel free to ask anything about my own time of AOS. All up for just having a bit of a chat with everyone. While I hobby away for the next 6 hours. So while we wait for this wash to dry, we'll probably go start another section of these Fyreslayers. My initial thoughts when Age of Sigmar was released, so finish my chips so I don't feel talk with a mouthful. My initial thoughts, I was fine with it. Like, I accepted that the old world had died. I liked that we'd had this big storyline to show it. Like, I really enjoyed the end times as a story arc. And my initial thought, like, I read Gates of Azir and I was into the lore. And the game was not perfect at the start. Like, make no mistakes, there were some things lacking. I think points was definitely needed because I played against that guy many times. In the early days of AOS. However, I think the lore and like where the story was going with it kept me in the game, invested in the game enough to keep going and stick with it. And I probably never really got as much into the game until the GHB came out, and then I really invested in the game. What was everyone else's thoughts on Age of Sigmar when it first started, when it first came out? What were your initial thoughts of Age of Sigmar? I was whacking things like that. Um, Well, what were your first thoughts of Age of Sigmar then, Bongo Stews? If you weren't there for the initial launch, what were your first thoughts? And Bongo, do whatever you want, mate. Like, at the end of the day, the game is your hobby. And you do what you want to do with your hobby. When you're playing with someone, you should always ask for like that sort of stuff, like without a doubt. But I completely encourage everyone to go nuts with that sort of stuff. Cool. And was Age of Sigmar your first like war game, Bongo? Was it your first like look into miniatures or? Yeah, awesome. That's That's cool, man. That was like your first look into AOS, into wargaming. It's a wide rabbit hole, and there's plenty of stuff to look at. Like Age of Sigmar, it's personally my favorite thing in wargaming, but it certainly isn't the only thing. Still don't have the dice. That's awesome. I'm a big D&D fan myself as well. As some may know, I playtested Age of Sigmar. So I'm one of the playtesters for Age of Sigmar Soulbound, which is the RPG set in the Age of Sigmar world. So we run a Age of Sigmar stream every second Monday. So come watch our adventures in Age of Sigmar Soulbound. No worries, Bongo. Have a nice day, mate. Thank you for dropping in, and I'll catch you again soon. So yeah, tell us all your Age of Sigmar stories, or if you what makes you passionate about the AOS system. First of all, models and lore are what make me passionate about the system probably the most. I love the models, I love the story, and the fact the game is at its core simple. I really like simple, and its very basic level. Age of Sigmar is simple. They can add all sorts of things that make it definitely not simple, but at its very core, it is. These Fyreslayers are coming along pretty nicely. The beard looks very much like the skin at the moment, but I think once I get the highlights on there, that'll start to look a little bit different. Do some very bright blonde highlights on the beard. And we're just filling in some blocks of some colour on the cloth. So yeah, just blocking in some of the green on the cloth. We'll start that, we'll get that washed, and by that time I should be able to go back to the beards and highlight them. If you're just joining us, wherever you're watching from, let us know in the comments your own Age of Sigmar story. Where'd you start? What'd you start with? And where you see yourself going in the game. And also, if you're doing some hobby, let us know what hobby you are working on. Hey, Wolf Wars. And yes, happy 5 years of Age of Sigma, mate. I mean, it's not technically its 5th birthday for another 2 days, but we're celebrating a little bit earlier, mainly because I'll be working on the actual birthday, so this is my chance to do something to celebrate. And the Fyreslayers are coming along nicely. We've made some decent progress on all the bodies. And the flesh is done. Hair is about to be done, and we're starting on the cloth. Well, the beards are done anyway, because we're going to have the mohawks as a nice, bright, vibrant red and orange. Yeah, there's been a decent amount of progress so far. We're just over 2 hours in, and flesh is done. Hair, beards are just about done. Cloth is getting started. We'll probably start working on the mohawks after that. So yeah, what I'm going for is like the old Wood Elf sort of scheme on these dwarves to try and get a sort of Realm of Life scheme. And so the Magma Drive is going to be... So I'm not sure, whoever might know, the old Wood Elf Forest Dragon is what I'm going for. So it's going to have like a yellow and cream and bone coloured underbelly with dark green scales on top. So that's what... But yeah, so I'm going for like that woolen scheme, and then so I took in the taken the idea of the war dancers. So they're going to have like the normal sort of color beard, but they're going to have these bright orange and red mohawks. Because if you've seen the Fyreslayers artwork, the mohawks on their helmets are all fake. You mean this thing? And so I'm not going to add body tattoos. I'm going to just do their runes up in like nice bright glowing colors. So that's not Nastra and Harahan. That's the 2001 Wood Elf Glade Lord on Forest Dragon. I've got the Glade Lord around here somewhere. That goes on top of him. So we'll get some Athonian Camo Shade, and we'll wash all that green, and then we'll go back and we'll finish up the beards. Itchy bear. Give me 1 sec. I'm just going to go move my heater from the other side. to explain, my gaming room is huge. It's got enough room for like 2 6x4 tables. So the heater is down the other end. I'm going to go try and bring it down to a power point near me. So it can be nice and close because I'm getting cold. So 2 seconds. Alright, sorry about that, everyone. Back. Just moving my heater just a little bit closer to me. So it's not down the other end of the room. So now we're just applying some blending camo shade to all those green parts we just did. The cloth. By the time I finish all the hair, we should be able to come back and deal with this. So yeah, making some solid progress on these Fyreslayers, I think. Yeah, you'll probably have a chance. There'll be some people who are just bringing themed armies as well. Not everyone's going to go full ham. I think most of the guys are just looking for having some fun. And at the end of the day, everyone just wants to roll dice. And don't worry about winning games coming there. Come meet the community. It'll be the best thing about the whole weekend is just meeting the community there, man. Come and use it as a learning experience. So there's no better way to learn some more about the. Yep, Doom is definitely going. Doom is one of my locals, so good mate of mine. Be interesting because there's like not a lot of outside state people, so it'll be interesting to see who is going to win it. I seem to have missed a little bit of releasing green on this. Alright, 1st and 2nd of August, Colin. So, a month away. This time next month, I'll be recapping the event. Should have probably only going to be about 20 people. At it. It probably would have been a bit bigger, but current world situations are hampering that. But it'll still be great. Yep, events on NSA, man. Yeah, the Loon King is surprisingly tiny, man. Backed in bile, he's not a big model. I've painted up my Scrag Rock. And yeah, I mean, he's not meant to be big. He's meant to be really like sort of cunning and stuff. So he's not a big rock. And yeah, like, I'm pretty sure you're from the US, aren't you, Colin? It's just better to be safe than sorry. Like here in SA, we're pretty lucky that nothing has sort of uh, been happening for a little bit. And so we're pretty lucky that we can have events again normally. Always better to be safe than sorry. So that's just like crazy numbers compared to like we haven't even hit 1,000. We haven't even hit 500 in South Australia. I know, like my state's population is tiny, probably compared to any state in the US. We've got a state over here. Victoria's not doing too well with at the moment. It's a big reason why our tournaments got so small. Is like all of a sudden we've had to reinstall restrictions on that state and all that. Yeah, Victoria is not doing well. And I have lots of friends in Victoria that I'm very concerned for and hope they all stay safe. It could almost be a blessing in disguise, though, that like this event's going to be small. It's going to allow me to run my first GT, learn a few things. Like I've run tournaments before, but I've never run a 2-day. I've never run a GT. So it could almost allow me just to test the waters, but it'll be a thing going forward. So it'll be it'll be the first GT of every season. So the idea is to run it on the first week. So Australia's season normally is August to August. We've obviously extended this one until next August now. So we'll have the first GT of every season. In Australia, which would be cool. Like I was considering, maybe we move it to the last weekend of July, and that sort of get more out-of-staters coming to try and like finally make masters. But I think I try and do the tournament that serves my state the best, which is giving us a starting foot. And so, but my state will now have 2 GTs every year, which would be cool. Yeah, go for it. Or you can just share it in the Discord, Marvarian. If you post it in the Discord, I'll go have a check in there. Yeah, I can be a Discord in 2 seconds, man. Oh wow, love that kit. Hey Bongo, nice to see you for another 3 minutes. Um, I'm just gonna get a finer detail brush just to be able to do these beads a lot nicer. Oh yeah, Discord is completely free. You can jump in our Discord in the video link on YouTube. There should be a link to the Discord. You can jump in and join that whenever you want, mate. No Patreon or subscriber only or stuff, any of that crap. Discord is completely free. Should be in the Discord link should be in the description for you. So, see the beards are starting to come out a little bit. Nice blonde beards. So yeah, Bongo, feel free to jump in there, man, and chat away, hobby. No worries, Bongo. Have a good day, man. Jump on the Discord and we'll chat some more. You're in, Bongo. Says you joined. Yeah, says it's in, man. Just tagged you in a welcome message. So yeah, we're just sorry about a little bit of silence. This takes a little bit more concentration now. Running a fine tip along hairlines and picking out all the hairs of a beard. If you can't seem to get in for any reason at all, Bongo, I'm pretty sure you're in there now though. Shoot Sinful Gaming Facebook page a message, and I'll try and get you in. And don't forget, if you're watching, to jump over and give us a follow on Twitch so we can get to that magical number 50. Nice, my man. I'm glad you can find. And hey, Brad, nice to see you, mate. I'm going for the Magma Droth. I'm going for like yellow and green. I don't know if you've seen the old pictures of the old Wood Elf Dragon Lord, the old Wood Elf Dragon Lord, and the old Wood Elf Forest Dragon, on how it's got like the yellowy, bony colored underbelly and the dark green scales on top. That's what I'm going for. So I'm going for like a woodland themed Fyreslayers force. So that'll be what I go for on the Magma Droth. Picked up a Fyreslayer from... So we're going for like a foresty theme with the Fyreslayers. So for anyone watching, what hobby are you working on at the moment? Any thoughts on GHB 2020 so far? No spam, Bongo, you're talking about? What sort of spam are you talking about? Thoughts on GHB 2020, I guess. Not really sure on any of it at the moment. I don't know. I'm happy to see the envelope apotheosis thing is really interesting to me. Character builder. I'm a narrative player at heart, so. Oh, nice Immortus guy. So this one's got me thinking of like this stream and like how I built the Fyreslayers this week and how I'm going to hopefully finish painting them this week. And that we might start doing box sets like this of like build and paint in a week on the hobby streams. So I'm going to put a poll up on the Twitter. Yeah, no spam. I'm saying the same thing over and over again. Like, I know I do ask the same questions, a little bit of the same, mainly because I can see the people coming in and out of the chats. So I notice when I get new people coming in, it's important to like ask them the basic questions, but then they can tell their own story and we can all learn something new. I mean, this is going to go for 8 hours, so there's going to be a lot of people I'm going to talk to over the time. Oh, nice. Yeah, but there's probably not. I don't have as many viewers, I guess, as some of the other ones where people are trying to get noticed. Benefit of being a smaller stream, I guess. Everyone here is a little bit more intimate, a little bit more considerate. You don't need to spam. I'll see your stuff eventually. If I do miss stuff, like, not going to sound perfect. Sometimes I miss bits. I mean, I'm probably never going to be like mega famous. I'm not the most fantastic painter. I'm a decent painter, and that's all I want to be. I enjoy talking Warhammer with folks. And no, so anyway, I was talking about like doing painting. So I've got 2 boxes up there that I could do. I've got the Loon Curse and I've got Feast of Bones. So what I might do is I might put up a poll on the Twitters and ask people which one of the 2 sets they would like to see painted up first. All right. Approaching up that 3-hour mark. I think we've made some decent progress through these guys. If you've been hobbying along with us, let us know how your own hobby has been going throughout this little hobby hangout. Yeah. So, Kyle, if you come to CDGT, are you going to be bringing some Bone Reapers with you? Is that why you're getting them all painted? Because I don't think it matters what Bone Reaper. Oh, nice. I'll have a check then. Yeah, if you're going to come to CDGT, are you going to bring those Bone Reapers? Is that why you're painting them all up? Because I don't think you have a problem to worry about. If you're bringing Bone Reapers, you're in a good place. Go check them out in the Discord. Ah, looking good, man. Looking good, the amorphous guy. No worries, Baden Bar. Have a good one, mate. Once the beards on all the Volcats done, I've just got 3 characters beards to do. Alrighty, so once we've done this, we should be able to once we've finished these beards, we should be able to go back to the cloth, finish up the cloth. And then you can start work on a different section after that. And the last dude's beard, the Rune Father, his beautifully massive beard. What colour are the beards? I'm doing blonde beards. Oh, that's a terrible. We'll see if we can get one that shows it. The beards are blonde. Wolf Paws, have a good night, mate. We should get a decent amount of these done. I reckon I can at least get all the troops done. Doing a nice, just simple blonde beards. Just stretching my legs for 2 seconds. Oh. Okay. Back. So let's finish off that cloth on everything. So you could try generally some warm water and like hair conditioner can help get it out. Definitely not hot water because it can deal with the glue, but like lukewarm water and a bit of like hair conditioner and just sort of like pick at your, like, just run it through the brush nice and slowly. That can help. Especially if you use Games Workshop paints, it should work because Games Workshop paints are water based. Alrighty, and just pulling up out. So we need to get some Elysian green again to layer back up. But yeah, so we're just layering some Elysian green back, and we'll do an ochre and camo highlight for a glaze of yellow to give it like a nice, vibrant sort of color. That's fair enough, Kyle. I mean, it'd be cool if you could. I mean, there's a goal to try and get done at least, but at least you got other options. Just remember, list submission and payment cutoff is the 19th. So, if you do wish to come, you need to have paid up by then for the GT. So yeah, that's the only thing. So we're just re-layering all this green, and then what we'll do at the end is we'll give it a highlight and then a glaze. That'll be the green done as well. We'll probably start tackling the armor. It's like the next major thing to really do. Armor, or maybe the leather first, just because that's down below. Player pack is up on the event already. All the scenarios that are being used. That may change come this week, though, because I'm still deciding what GHB we're going to run it under. Alrighty. Now what, we might crank out the power drink now. Getting close to 11. Ow. So we're just doing some little highlights and then we'll do a glaze and then the cloth is done. Yay. Another stage done. Ow. That's twice I've just banged my elbow on the drawer that's holding my chips. Oops, and that's the wrong green and awful. But yeah, so I really enjoyed painting these Fyreslayers. Something different than what I've been painting a lot of recently. So my Fyreslayers theme, so I'm going for like a woodland Fyreslayers theme, which is weird. In the novel, what's it called? Spirit Shadows, it talked about a Fyreslayer hold that was in like a forest. How they'd mined into these giant trees and made their holes within trees and stuff. So that's the idea that I'm going with. I found mine have gone okay. I don't think they've lost too much detail. So yeah, after this it'll be getting a Deepkin Start Collecting box painted up probably. Along with making a start on all the Warhammer Underworlds warbands I have. Yeah, well, narratively, they're just going to fit into like the surrounding parts of my free city, which is Realm of Life based. So here's a Phoenix Guard from my free city. Trying to pop a bit of, there we go. You can see like the green, I've got the green in there, the blue and the gold. So the green and blue are the colours of my free city. So these guys are going to have the green on them a lot. Do your IDNF at the same time as mine? Be cool. I've got a Start Collecting box there, plus Volturnus that I'd like to get painted up. Probably next tackling after this, though, is just finishing off those Beasts of Chaos. Getting them done. That's all the over in camo. So now we're just going to pop a glaze on everything. So for the glaze, we're just going to use Earden Yellow, the contrast paint. This really just brightens it right up. You can see already on the back of that, like how bright that green gets with like the yellow contrast over the top. So nice. I'll probably have an Indominus box coming at some point. I got 3 of the Lumineth box coming. No worries, Bongo. Thanks for hanging out all these times, man. Been a pleasure having you here, and hope to see you again and chat soon. Yeah. Yeah, so we're 3.5 hours down, 4.5 hours to go on the stream. Alrighty, so the yellow, so that's cloth done. Right, give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to go for a quick walk around the room, stretch my legs, and then we'll be back and we'll get started on the leather. Alrighty. Alrighty, so let's get this leather going. So for this we need to do a base of Xandri dust on. wife is home and no work, so I get out of it. She knows about this, so I have one very supporting wife when it comes to hobby, so she has allowed me to do the nice big hobby stream. Yeah, so there we go. Check out the belts. There's generally a little bit on like both parts of their tassels and then their wristbands, and that's all the leather. And so we're gonna base coat all of that. Sandry, then we'll hit it with a wash of Ruck Flesh Shade for some Talon Sand and Screaming Skull highlights. Oh dear, Malvarian. That does not sound fun, buddy. I hope everything is all right with it. So that's where you disappeared to. You didn't just up and leave me. Oh, that sucks. It's only start of the year. So I'm doing the leather now. Then I've got the metals, both types of metal, so gold and silver, mohawks, and yeah, that's it. So the metals, leather, and mohawks. The leather I'm doing now, so I reckon I can probably get these dyes done, hopefully by like the 6-hour mark. Gives me a couple of hours to work on the magma droth. So we're probably we're doing decent. We've covered like the biggest areas, the beards and off the mohawks and metals are the last two major areas. Leather won't take me long. I'm just doing it. Yeah, I should be able to do probably the most of this box in the stream, which is cool. I'll finish it off stream, and then I'll probably just punch out the last few Fyreslayer models I have kicking about. So I've got Chosen Axes, and I've got the totally not endless spells. I'll probably go find and go grab myself a Magnic Battle Forge. Just so we can play a game with them. And then we're going to do all the runes too. Paint up all the nice bright glowy runes. Yeah, and so the idea would be to get these guys ready for some battle reps. I've got to start collecting IDNF box that we might just run some games of 2 Start Collecting boxes just playing casually against each other. Maybe play some Warcry games. Nothing like match play or tournament play or anything like that, just some fun, friendly games. Just 1 sec. Alrighty. Just the leather on the characters to go. The base coat of the leather anyway. So yeah, we will have some bat reps being recorded. Mostly just some narrative sort of fun ones. The idea behind it. We were supposed to have some done this week, but stuff happened and that can't be helped. So I'll ask dude to do the base coat and get a wash on this. I'll probably start on the Mohawks next, and we'll leave the metallics to last. Well, metallics to the second to last, because then we'll do the runes last. Yeah, well, it should be good. We don't want to do anything majorly competitive on the channel when it comes to bat reps. That's not sort of what we want to do. We want to show open narrative and just fun gaming. That's not to say competitive can't be fun, but it's not what we want to show on the channel. just convinced the wife that she's going to bring me a coffee because, tired. It's almost midnight here, and we're going to be going till 3:30 in the morning, so coffee is required most definitely. So need a Rackland Flesh Shade again for a wash. Yeah, it's a bit like that. My desk's pretty stained. It's a wooden desk, like old wooden desk, so it's got paint stains all over it. But it is nice when you just clear it. It's like the nice bit. Surprised how much more productive you can be. How much more productive you can be with a clean hobby desk unit. Yeah, see, I don't think I would never polish my desk. Could not be bothered. And yeah, so we're slowly making our way through these. I should probably be able to make like a decent, like I said, I reckon I can make a decent dent in them. So they're mostly done by the end of the stream. Yeah, I've still got another 4 hours now. Should be cool and nice and fun. So, thank you everyone for joining so far and staying with me for this long. Hope I'm not boring everyone. Hope everyone's getting some enjoyment out of this. And yeah, once again, you can share all your Age of Sigmar stories in the chat. Oh, yuck. Washes taste horrible. Yeah, yuck. Normal paints don't taste too bad. You shouldn't lick your paintbrush from contrast because contrast actually is toxic. Though, it would take like a considerable amount of contrast to actually be of serious harm to your body. But yeah, you shouldn't do it with contrast. Contrast actually isn't non-toxic. Very important as a dad, like I don't know, like with contrast that it's actually toxic. If your kids get it, it's actually not good. One sec. So we're getting into the late night hours now. No worries, Kyle. Have a good night, mate. And have a good day at work tomorrow. Yeah, so here's a question for everyone watching. What are you hoping for Age of Sigmar in the future? What would you like to see from Age of Sigmar in the future? And last dude here. Oh, lovely. The wife has brought coffee. I'll trade you one empty cup for a full cup.
Thank you.
Nah, so good. Cheers, man.
Love you.
Love you. 4 more hours. I'll be in it sometime in the middle of the night.
Okay. Good night.
Love you. Night, babe. Oh, I can feel that chill, that cold air from outside. The Rad Hatter, I've got 4 hours left, mate. Lovely to see you. Oh, yeah. Question I've chucked to everyone is, what would you guys like to see in Age of Sigmar next? Actually did miss. Just cool. We'll just hit the halfway point, so I'm just going to chuck up the post saying we're still going, and then quick little toilet break, and then we'll be back. But I have a nice hot coffee thanks to the wife. Oh, that hits the spot. That definitely hits the spot well. For anyone watching, let us know what you're all doing. No, definitely Rad Hatter. I completely agree with the meeting engagement. It does seem like it's survived. Like looking at the new contents page we saw for the GHB, seems that meeting engagements have survived and had some more work. It's got about 12 pages, I think, by the looks of it in the GHB. So I'd be really excited to see what's in there. I personally really like meeting engagements as well. And yeah, I like the lower point games. It's like I said, we'll probably paint up this Start Collecting box here and just play some games with a Start Collecting box, because why not? Right. So I'm just going to go for a quick little toilet break. I'll be back in 1 minute for everyone. Toilet breaks are needed when you're sitting down painting models for 8 hours, but catch us all really soon. Bongo Shoes, you're back. Bongo Shoes, welcome back. Back for a quick little toilet break. Rad had it, something, about 12 pages, so it looks promising. I just got to go check something in my painting guide and what I'm doing. Alright, so I didn't grab my oranges out, but luckily I found the one I want straight away. So we're going to start with base coat of Troll Slayer Orange. I'm going to start on those mohawks and make them nice and bright. Yeah, we'll probably just do Start Collecting with Start Collecting. Got an INF one there, and so we'll just do INF first, Fyreslayers. Maybe we'll do more of them, and maybe just roll out like a cool little series of like all the Start Collecting boxes fighting each other. Yeah, could be cool. Like just fun games, and we'll play some weird and wacky scenarios. I do want to like run through all like the book scenarios eventually, because there's some really cool missions in all of those. So yeah, like I mentioned, we're going to go for like bright orange mohawks because it'll contrast with like the nice of the greens and stuff like that. But the idea is to really go for like that war dancer sort of look that the Wood Elves used to have. The war dancers and the giant colourful mohawks. So rather be greens and sort of foresty colours. I'm going to have this nice bright helmet crest. So. Yeah. So, speaking of Fyreslayers, like, they're an interesting force. Like, there's not an awful lot of options in the force. What would you like to see for Fyreslayers next? Like, what do you think you could flesh out the range with? I mean, I did a whole series on like my wish listing and stuff like that. But what would you like to see for Fyreslayers to flesh out the force, to give them some more options? Nah, that's all cool. The Red Hatter. Don't mind where you watch from. It's all the same to me, mate. Glad to have you here, regardless. Oh, okay. Just give me a sec, because I just got a message of some amazing news pop up. Oh, wow. That's huge. So Warhammer 40k has just gone to free rules. The core rules for Warhammer 40k will be free. That's massive. You can go download the brand new rules for the new edition now on Warhammer Community. That's fantastic. Like, that is one of the biggest things I it's the hardest thing about 40k when you're like, you have to pay for these rules, and then Age of Sigmar, you don't have to pay for these rules. That's awesome. Awesome. Just awesome news. That's awesome. I'm so glad that there is free rules for 40k. That makes me very happy. All right, give me a sec. I'll post it in the Discord for everyone. The link to Warhammer Community. Yeah, I would say that would probably be the reason why they'll be on the app for free. Awesome. That is nothing but good news. I know it's supposed to be an Age of Sigmar celebration, but that's pretty awesome news. I think all round for every hobbyist can be excited for free rules for 40k, I think. Yeah, no. Like it always was like one of the biggest things for me between like 40k and AOS is that like AOS has free rules. Like that's a big difference to getting started in the game. I'm really happy that that's a thing. Yeah, that's awesome. Really happy to see that's a thing. There's like this is the same. You probably still need a rulebook eventually, but there's no reason when you're starting out in the game that you need that rulebook. No. The core rules plus war scrolls, which are all free, give you enough to put models on the table and roll dice and play a game. If you want to do some more than that, then yeah, definitely you need to like start purchasing the rules and stuff. But yeah, at its core, the core rules are free, and you don't need anything more than them. So that's awesome. Like I'm glad to see that's a thing. Um, but yeah, so no, I'm really happy with that. That's just awesome news. That really makes me happy. What do you miss? Realm rules, battle plans, and Grand Alliance abilities. That's what you miss. Yep, I can give you an up close on the Slayer so far. Give me 1 sec. Let me finish the orange hair on this dude. Just let me finish the beards. Oh, sorry, the mohawks on everyone, and I'll do an up close so far. Oh, I don't know. So his beard's all done, his flesh is all done. When that focuses on him. There we go. So we're getting there with him. That flesh is all done by traditional method. So Cadian flesh tone wash with Riken flesh shade, re-layer with Cadian flesh tone, and highlight with Kislev flesh. I thought the contrast is just not quite lively enough for my liking with the flesh tones. Yeah, so that's what they're all looking like at the moment. So now we're working on their nice orange and red mohawks. Yeah, like I think like this, just a small amount like this is probably what I'd go with the Fyreslayers. I think for me to want to do a full army, I need more things in the range. Like I like the models, but there's just not enough variation for me. To want to do a whole army of them. Yeah, I think that's like the biggest thing about Fyreslayers for me is they just need that little bit more in the range for me. That sucks, man. That sucks, man. Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, we'll look on the bright side with this one, eh? Just to fix the issue you were having. Alrighty. So, let's have a look, see what my guide says next. Talon sand is what I need there. Alrighty. At least the 40k rules are free. Yeah, well, there's a something to be happy about. No need to find a watch that I didn't worry about. Sure was. Alright, so now we're just going to wash all those mohawks. Wash all these mohawks, and then we'll go back and look at and do the Talon sand on the leather and the highlight of Screaming Skull. And then the leather will be done. can probably come back and finish up these mohawks once we've done that, hopefully. Or if not, we'll move on to some of the medals or something else. Yeah. So we might do another one of these big hobby streams sometime soon, and we'll attempt to do the Iden of Deepkin Start Collecting box paint up over one of those days as well. I got an idea for the scheme I want to do on my Idoneth. I want to do like a tropical sort of scheme over across my Idoneth, so maybe orange, yellow, and like a bright blue or purple, and like a nice bright blue purple color scheme over my Idoneth. Which would be quite cool. So yeah, what if I was to get that would be cool. Yeah, every Start Collecting box and play a series of like games with the Start Collecting boxes. I reckon that'd be cool and fun. I'm glad you enjoy the long ones. Like they can't always be the long ones, you know. The wife would not be happy if they were all longer, but these definitely help my watch hours, and I'm getting so close to being at the monetized point on YouTube because I've just got to hit hours. I've got all my subs, so I just need to hit hours now. So people watching my stuff or joining on the streams helps a lot. And of course, doing that means we can pump more money into the chat. Like, put, you know, I buy a lot of models, so the channel has stuff and hobby that I can keep doing for the channel. So the more like that helps, means I can, you know, help support the channel more. I can put more behind the channel. So I enjoy coming here talking about Warhammer with people, and I hope people enjoy the same thing. So that's a wash. Alright, so where is Talon Sand? This is it. Yep, lovely. Alright, so we're going to start getting some Talon Sand going. That's a good Malvarian. Look, like I said, watch hours count, man. Just sitting there watching helps. And yeah, so once I get this done, I'll probably start working on the metals. Probably start working on the silver first, just because that doesn't combine with the mohawk, because all that top part will be like gold. So probably like the inside of the helmets, the weapon blades, and little bits across them that are metal. And then pick out the golds after that. Yeah, so it's been good fun doing this, and I definitely think I'm going to do some more of these because like people seem to be enjoying them. It's probably quieting down a bit than what it was at the start. Maybe I'll play around with the times that I do them as well, just to sort of hit the right sort of time. Just be 2 seconds, just got to check something. Alrighty. Sorry about that. Was quickly just checking something on another thing. But yeah, so we're punching through the leather. This should be done in a sec. There's lots of little bits on the leather that need to get done, and then I've just got to do the highlight on the leather, which would just be like a little bit of screaming skull. So nice sort of like warm, light leather tone, rather than something like dark or anything like that. And then we should be able to, once the leather's done, we might put a bit of work into maybe some of the metals. And by that point, I should be able to start working on that mohawk properly once the wash is dry. And we're going to finish it, and then we'll do all the orange, and then we're going to put stripes into the mohawks as well. I'll probably start with like the silver metals, mainly because that won't interfere with like the top part there near the hair. They'll all be gold. And if you are joining us, let us know what you're working on hobby-wise. Always keen to see what everyone else is working on as we approach hour number 5 of 8. I think you got your main ones resaved. Well, that's good, man. Oh, that coffee hit the spot. character's leather to layer, and then we can start highlighting. Nice, dude. Lay the leather on, and then we can highlight it. And yeah, so if you're just joining us, let us know what you're working on, or whatever platform you're joining us on. Let us know your favorite Age of Sigmar memories in the past 5 years. Seem to have missed a tiny bit on the real sun's head. Alrighty. Alrighty, so let's get these highlights done on the leather. Screaming Skull. So we just nice to see the progress coming together. This is pretty small for batch painting for me. I did all 40 of my gore together. I've got, give me a sec, I'll grab them down once I finish the highlights on this dude, just so I know where I'm at. Finished some of my gore the other day. So I batch painted all these guys up. When I can decide where my hand is. Come on, focus, stupid camera. There we go. That's a decent picture of him. So batch painted all of them the other day. So 40 of them got done. Yeah, so I just went for like the Dark Walker scheme on them. And so and dude with all these leather highlights. It was different for like doing them like that sort of bluey, purpley, greeny sort of skin tone. Slowly getting there. We're making decent progress though, I think. Oh, that's better. Just move about in my chair a little bit. It's been fun though, like the hobby stream so far. Just working away, plodding along on some hobby, chatting to folks. I really enjoy doing the hobby streams a lot. Oh, we are getting there. Fine Edge highlights on freaking everything. Alrighty, let's continue on. Alrighty. I'll be back in 2 seconds, everyone. I need to go for a toilet break. Stretch my legs for a little sec. Nice, you're making me hungry, Barbarian, with that. Like the temptation to like order some Uber Eats is very high. There's only like 2.5 hours to go, so the temptation, to order some food at like the middle of the night is quite high. Do love a good roast though. For those who don't know, I'm a chef by trade, so food is something I enjoy a lot. What sort of roast are we cooking up, Barbarian? Alrighty. Oh, very nice, man. What sort of roast were you making? Roast chicken, turnip, carrot, peas, roast potatoes, and Yorkshire. I love me a good Yorkshire pudding, man. Preference for roast is nice roast lamb, though. Alrighty, so we've done the leather. Now let's get working on those mohawks. Well, what, before we start doing the highlights on them, actually, we might get another thing base coated, so we can start. Oh yeah. Make Yorkshire puddings quite regularly when we have dinner. Oh, cool. There's a nice new article on Warhammer Community for Matchplay. Age of Sigma. Oh, wow, they're saying Liberators have gone down in points cost. Yay. Future Blood Kings have gone down in points cost as well. Nice. It would seem iron might be needed inside. So, unfortunately, I might need to end the stream a little bit early tonight and tap out at 5.5 because I've got some stuff I need to do, unfortunately. But thank you, everyone, for joining us. I've got to go, unfortunately, and leave a little bit early, but I'll see you all again real soon. Thanks for joining us, and we'll be back soon again. Hopefully on another night soon to finish up these Fyreslayers. Sorry to leave you all a little bit early, but got to go. Ciao for now, guys.